Alright, welcome to the dojo. Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. I just did a fuck ton of C++ conversion the other day. Still haven't done the summary video for that yet, but the important thing is that the game builds and runs, plays, and does just about everything that it needs to. However, it does have some bugs, and they should be pretty easy to fix, even though I don't immediately know what the cause of the bugs is. I feel pretty confident. I smashed out the conversion the other day in much faster time than I was expecting. But on the same token, I'm not yet fully taking advantage of the standard template library yet. Like, I'm not using the different data structures in the places that I want to use them yet. And in fact, the first bug that I noticed that I have to deal with has to do with my use of strings. So anyone who doesn't know the big difference between C and C++ with regards to strings is that in C, a string is often a character buffer or a pointer to some constant string, right? Something that you've like pre-allocated or like hard-coded somewhere. And that might be true in some cases in C++. Largely, string is its own new data structure, and in some cases you can kind of make reference to a string as if it's a char pointer and vice versa. But actually, I think that's probably why my shit isn't working right, because one of the first components that I'm attempting to implement using the STL is the name component. So as an example, every entity can have an ID. Well, actually, every entity is an ID. It's an integer, right? So, like, given the component table, if a entity has a name component, then we return that string, right? Like, previously it was a character pointer, and it was also a buffer. So, like, the maximum size that a entity could have for a name previously was like 32 characters, or technically it'd be 31, because you'd have to take into account the null byte, which is a terminating character that tells the operating system, hey, this is the end of our string. Because, believe it or not, a lot of security issues, I wouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them, from the binary perspective, comes from strings and pointers, right? So, like, it's the difference between, like, having to specify how long a string could possibly be versus dynamically resizing the structure that contains the string to begin with in order to like maximize like your utility of the space that it's occupying. So, like, if you have a string that's 16 characters long in a space that can hold up to 32, then you're not using 50% of that space. And if you have like one string like this for every entity and you've got 1,000 entities, and on average they're all using 16 characters instead of the full 32, then you have all of this space that you're just not using, right? And that's the real big difference from my perspective, is that, you know, the introduction of C++ made string management easier from that perspective. So let's take a look at why I'm yelling, because shit's annoying. And yeah, like, we're getting a fuck ton more warnings now that I haven't even began to deal with, but we'll get around to it. Everything builds and runs still, which is pretty good. I ain't complaining about that. But some interesting things will happen while playing, right? So first of all, the green slime don't even have a name showing up anymore. It doesn't say that I killed a green slime when I killed the green slime, because the green slime's name is coming back as an empty string. Even the potion that I just picked up, straight up, is missing its fucking name. What the hell's going on, right? Hey, Adam. Sorry, you're going off about stuff. That's totally not helping me get onto this track. So I will address your chats after I get this out of my head. First of all, can you all hear me? I did an audio check before I went live, because one thing I noticed is that my microphone like self-mutes or some shit. It's like every so often, like almost like every fucking stream, I have to go and take a look at my audio settings and like my volume panel in Debian, right? And it's like, I don't know why I have to keep continuously setting it, unless what it might be is my now I think about it, I wonder if it's actually my sensitive as fuck media volume control on my keyboard that I every so often brush with my right hand, and it I'm wondering if it like tunes down my software microphone volume as well, which is why previously in past streams I'd be like live for like a couple hours, and then it's like, oh hey, we can't hear you, Dark Mage, and like figuring out the exact right volume so that I could just speak like I am normally right now. Because, you know, I had to turn, you know, I even have to turn off the noise suppression because I have such a quiet voice by nature that, you know, I gotta do that shit. Anyway, hopping back into chat real quick. Could be a touch louder. Okay. Let's see. What can I do about that? Might be able to. I mean, one thing I might do in the future is like get a wireless headset with a good microphone on it. That way I can just like walk around and shit. Because these stationary, I mean, I've tried my best over the years trying to fuck around and get the right audio shit. And it's been a learning experience for sure. Like, I had this one microphone I couldn't even use for the longest time. except on my laptop, and the whole reason was that it was a USB 3 fucking device, and it took me forever to figure out, like, oh hey, the default ports on my laptop are USB 3, and the fucking port on my old computer didn't have USB 3, so I had to buy a whole ass USB 3 card, like, over a year after I got that microphone that I don't even use anymore. Fucking audio research, man. God damn. Next stream a little louder. I mean, that's the problem, is like I've got my shit like literally maxed out right now. Like if I notch the software microphone up to 100, this is 100. Maybe even a little bit past 100. I mean, that's like basically 100, so there's really not much more I can do on that level without turning up gain, and gain would make me sound kind of fucking terrible, not to mention blow the sound out. And all good. Like, you know, like I have to get like really up on the fucking microphone, and I'm trying to also type, and it's like you can have me talk into the microphone or you can have me type, but very rarely, unless I get like a headset, will the two meet. Not to mention, God, just I have anxiety even thinking about having to deal with like Bluetooth microphone shit on Linux. Bluetooth audio is bad enough, but does everyone be like, just stream on Windows? I'm like, I am not putting Windows anywhere near a root OS install on this machine. Fuck that. But okay, so I explained the primary problem that I'm dealing with right now. Who knows what other problems there are. But the primary problem is that the names of these entities are not showing up for some reason. So we're going to figure that out. Like, I just redid the whole shit the other day so that we could actually use C++ data structures such as a vector or an unordered map or what have you. And how to get started. This is why I stick to Windows. No, I can't raise the OBS volume slightly because it's already maxed out. Again, this would get into the whole problem of like gain. I would have to apply either gain to OBS or use the gain knob on the back of the microphone. But the actual mixer volume in both OBS and the software are maxed out. Like I said, I'm just a quiet dude. And I even turned off noise suppression so you could get this sweet keyboard action. Okay, so for instance, we're spawning NPCs, but like their name isn't being applied every single time. And this is why, because get race string is this is returning a character pointer, and it's passing it to npc create. npc create takes a string, so this would be one of those issues that I was talking about earlier. You can't necessarily like it could the shit compiles and everything, but very clearly we are not correctly passing the race string, because in between here and here there's a conversion type problem going on. So let's take a look at get race string. This currently, and this is the old version, returns a constant character pointer. So let's start by changing the return type to string. Because we are not pulling in string yet, we need to actually include string up here at the top, and we also need to declare that we are using string in order to make it nice so that we don't have to do the std : everywhere. I fucking hate that syntax so goddamn much. Now, when I discovered that you could do this by just declaring at the top exactly what data structure or piece of functionality it is that you're, one, you don't have to pull in the whole namespace. It's like importing a whole library. But two, you get the benefit of being able to refer to string as string without having to litter your fucking code with this. Now, I've heard other people argue that, oh, you need to not do this because there's possibility that there's namespace conflict. I'm like, Godspeed if you're working on a code base that big, but you know, for what we're doing here, like normally for what I do with C++, it's not that complicated. Similarly, we would probably want to take the opportunity to do string to race. But let's also fix this, right? And there's probably other ways to do this, but this should be sufficient for at least that one situation over here. Except now, because we know it's returning a string, return a string now. So when we pass it into npc create, we can verify what's actually being passed in this way. Oh, interesting up here. So yeah, that's already wonky out the gate. So we might go ahead and fix that as well. Pardon. Okay, now it's returning something interesting there. Oh, wait. Yeah, I know. I know. Uh-oh. Construction from null is not valid. Uh-oh. There we are. Okay. That would have previously worked, however. We have to do it like this. But that's actually not where the bug was occurring. The bug was actually occurring in lid draw with the character creation. Because of how I'm doing shit down here. I originally had to change that, but now because it's a string, we gotta use C string. And then down here, because we're calling get ray string, we also gotta call C string. Uh-oh. Nice. Now shit's hella broken. I'm not gonna look at the chat. Y'all will only discourage me. You'll be like, this is why Rust, this is why Windows, this is why insert other shit. So this is obviously the wrong way to go about doing this. You know, it would be very, very straightforward here. Instead of using this complicated thing up here, we're going to use these two as the basis. Okay. Let's start there. Is it because it's on the stack? Nice. Okay, so the version string's also not getting properly initialized. Okay, now that version string is coming through correctly, but then it's crashing right here. No, that didn't work either. No, but we're using string. No. See, that's real interesting. It's real interesting. Interesting. So what about this? That's really interesting. Oh shit. What? So initializing the string to an empty string and then attempting to use it somewhere. Huh. Real interesting. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, so back in the character creation, like for the draw menu, we gotta continue okay. So that's back. Let's see if we still need to fix the spawning entities. I think we probably will. Yeah. There's probably going to be a similar-ish situation there. I gotta fix the stats tracking on the line count because that's inaccurate as well. Since it was previously relying upon .c file extensions, which I don't have anymore. Okay. Let's take a look at chat. What's up, Dulce? How you doing? All right, let's see what's next. one thing that would be useful right now is to be able to see the enemies or the entities printed out. So it does say green slime in the terminal. So you can see that here. So we know that, like, we're properly creating the component and attaching it. So we need to take a look at libdraw and the locations where we would be calling the name of an entity, such as in the message box or in the message history, and examine how we're currently handling that. I didn't see, did the name hero show up at the top? No? Are we not properly attaching that to the hero at creation? Player creates. Oh yeah, it's another situation where we're not passing the correct thing in. So player create needs to take string as well. And we pass the hard-coded string hero in. I'm going to change that to dark mage. But realistically, this should actually be pulled from the character creation, which is fine. We'll do that later. Same thing with the race. So when we call player create, it's supposed to take the name and pass it into NPC create. So uh-oh, error. Oh, the emissert is broken for cases where I was previously using a pointer, and if it was null, then you could do that, but you can't check if an object's null like this unless it's a pointer, in which case this is not. So player create. Nope, still not displaying the name up there. If we're not properly attaching the name, this will yell at us. So we need to know if it's like does not have a name component, and then there's one of these two cases is triggering. It does not have a name component. Okay. Oh, yeah. So the Yeah, see, the way that I was doing this previously, I had to change it up a bit. The way that I was previously handling components, we're going to have to think about this. So we have this thing called the components table, and like after you create an entity and it has an ID, you can attach components to it. And this is kind of like a two-step process. You first have to specify that the entity has a new component by adding that component to the component, by adding that entity to the component table for that component. So like for instance, name component, right? So like CNAME. So all the components are essentially a big enum, and cross-referenced with an entity ID, you can tell whether or not an entity has a particular component. And the component table itself is just a big matrices. And actually, yeah, essentially, like every slot that we're using, like every bit of a number is potentially a true or false value as to whether or not an entity has a particular component. So each row represents an entity. So you have a certain number of longs, each one of them representing multiple potential components that could be attached to that one entity. So we grab that row and then we do a bit shift in order to find the particular slot for that component. And if it's set to true, then it has that component. So we first check to see that the entity is even in the table. And then we also try to add the entity. And then if it doesn't have the component and we fail to register it, so like now name component we're going to have to change. Or we've already changed it. See, now it's making some shit up. So, like, yeah, see, we're no longer using this, or we're no longer doing things this way, the old way. So, like, there is no initialization that we have to do for this. So this should make sure that the entity has the correct value in there. Because assuming this works, and it will, once I get it right, if it's not right now, we'll be able to convert all of the other components over to using unordered maps as well. And so long as we do the proper management of the component table, we can make use of these new data structures in this way, and it should be a little bit easier to manage as a result. Yes! Look at that. Victory is sweet. Oh god, yes. I live for this shit, man. I absolutely live for this shit. What's good, y'all? Talk to me. Y'all having a good day? I'm having a good day. All right. Time is it? I wonder if I gotta fix my cat's feeder clock, because it's like 6:30. I don't remember it going off or nothing. One thing is for sure, though. I need a little drink. So I can do something like... I didn't even notice my cat was next to me. Look at this guy right here. Got a dog to my left, my right. Got a cat to my left. I have to be like extra human because there are more non-humans in this house than humans. Okay. That was a big victory. Okay. Oh. Well, that was heavy duty. a little bit cleaner. Nice. Why? Oh, wait. That looks much cleaner. Okay. It might be useful to know exactly why something fails. Bless you. Oh, you gotta go do some business? What's up, Schoolie B on Twitch? Just about to step out front real quick. I was gonna turn on some music for y'all, but I will be right back. So will Graceface. Let's see.
Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. Listening to Evil Dojo Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow.
Hey you, I've been looking for you everywhere. So cold, you can't even feel my stare. Why try? I can do the shit anyway. So, cash in hand, we ain't got no time to play. Oh no, no, I can't do this alone. Oh no, no, I need that evil dojo. Oh no, no, where the fuck are you, Dark Mage? Oh yes, baby, I need that evil dojo. Hey you, I've been looking for you everywhere. So cold, you can't even feel my stare. Why try? I can do the shit anyway. So, cash in hand, we ain't got no time to play. Oh no, no, I can't do this alone. Oh no, no, I need that evil dojo.
And I'm back. Did y'all miss me? Were you trying to talk shit about my music? Yeah, but dead air loses viewers. Not to mention, I like my AI generated music. Maybe I'm biased because I'm the one who, prompted it. But I like some of the tunes I got. My two animals are fed. And I expect them to start cronking out on me again. Here. Sun's going down. So the same situation here. Oh, snap. probably a better way to do this. See, I like being able to one-hand shit. The other components appeared to work still, but I'm going to have to convert them over as well. Thankfully, the process shouldn't be that bad, and I can write functions to make it easier. Okay, green slime name is showing back up. That's great. I died real fast too. My cat is in front of the TV. Effectively the monitor. I can still kind of see what I'm doing. Oh, sweet. The health potion name is popping back up again too. There we go. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Looks really good on the big screen. So now that we have things in this C++-ish kind of state, now that I have it in this state, let's play through a little before we do the next component upgrade. Oh, that's right. I disabled generation of the weapons, and also I note that the I'm not gaining any experience. Even though I've killed a ton of enemies, my experience is still 0. So that's two things we need to fix. So what is today, the 22nd? Okay, so that's one thing, and then I'm actually going to number these because as much as I like using markdown, unordered lists, I want to get a sense of like number without like having to count. We are currently not spawning the default weapons. Excuse me. However, for the sub list, I will. Short sword. Well, see. Hi, Nano. You're in front of the microphone. Come here. There he goes. right, since the C++ conversion. You know why it's probably not going up? It's because the component wasn't being properly managed. So we could really wrap these two things together, because every time we add a new component, this is something that we have to do. Like, as a convenience for anyone working on the game, I would want them to, in a situation where you create a new entity and you want to add a new component to it, that you don't have to do this and this every single fucking time that you want to add a new component, right? So like if you have the idea, oh, I want to add a name and I want to add strength and experience and all that stuff, because unless we wrap these these 4 calls really into like a single function call, it's going to be a pain in the ass every single time you want to do this. So we want to wrap these up into a single function that returns true or false, because all of these return true or false already, but add name doesn't, and it would be kind of convenient if add name did. See, there's a G has component, which is actually a wrapper around CT has component. And then whenever you want to check to see if it has an individual component, you would just call in to has component or G has component, which would check CT component, right? Excuse me. See, we're going to need to rename or write a new version of gadd component, because we're no longer doing it that way. So these lines, boom. If gadd component fails, this returns false. Otherwise, we would return true, because the call to register component calls into add entity and then add component. So it's also possible that, like, I don't even have to use has entity, because I think that's handled by add entity. No. Yes. This would actually come first. Oh, if the ID is less than the component row count now. I don't know that still makes sense. But, okay, so here's our new add component, right? And previously we were attempting to, like, really genericize using literally a fucking void double pointer. Attempting to calculate offsets and all this crazy shit. And it kind of worked, but and realistically, there's no reason that this shouldn't be assumed as existing, but Because if stuff is like null, then I definitely, for debugging, kind of want a hard error out. Because if you can't make the assumption that it's going to crash at certain points because you've written an if statement like this, you know, and I become unaware of something that happens to nameless, not that anything should. While I'm here, I want to fix that little error. Warning. DungeonFloor.cpp. .516. Getting rid of these warnings feels good. It's kind of like a long-held practice of mine. Normally I would have W error on, but comparison of integer, different signedness, size T. Interesting. Component table 135. We'll disable that check for the moment. Oh, interesting, huh? Okay. You know, because entity should never be -1, you know, actually, no, the whole reason that we have that is because it is possible that an entity ID at some point could be invalid for one reason or another. And if we pass that to a function that checks to see if it's an invalid entity ID, you know, for instance, because some slot is pre-allocated with it, then we would want to like reject that function call based off of that. So we don't want to actually retype entity ID to be like size T or anything like that. I'm checking the chat again. What's good? Yeah, I did actually try Bevy a long time ago. Dulce. I still actually have some of the code up on my GitHub. One of the big things that like got me away from Rust, in that I felt like I was going down a rabbit hole of figuring out how to use Rust rather than actually building things. And it had to do with what I believe is called life cycles and getting syntax correct in a lot of cases. Syntax being a really big irk because of certain things that were highly unexpected. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the apostrophe character, the single quote, is used in the context of something called memory life cycle. This is all related to the borrow checker. This is all related to like how references get passed around. And also like this whole concept of having to unwrap shit. Like, there's too many fucking mindfucks that are like so far away from like how you think about doing things in like C or C++, or hell, even Python or any other fucking programming language, Java, fucking JavaScript, fucking x86, 64 assembly code. What are some other languages that I've barely touched, but I've still touched? C Sharp, Fortran, PHP, Go language. I would much rather fuck with Go language than like sit down with like Rust again. Like I have different issues with Go, but I can at least kind of write some things. I haven't put it to nearly, I mean, I honestly, either language I haven't put to the same paces, but at the same time, I also haven't been learning them for nearly as long as I have something like C++. You know, I first picked up C++, like I began my C++ journey when I was 16, 17. That was 23 years ago. We're coming up on 25 fucking years since, and even no, you want to go even before that. I had a book, Teach Yourself C++ in 28 days, or something like that, or 28 weeks. And I'm like 28 years later now. And I just like getting shit done. And at some point, you know, if I have like a whole ass year to like work on something in Rust, to learn it, where I could like really dedicate my day-to-day fucking life learning that shit. Okay, I'll sell you on C++. Because it's the same thing that I would tell my neighbor who wants to work on a project with me. As a game developer, and for the onus of game developer history, from my perspective, you know, we're talking the great work of the legendary John Carmack. You know, we're talking the guy who wrote fucking Tetris. You know, we're talking, to a certain degree, a lot of the early pioneers in computer software were people attempting to maximize the utility of the machine. And the best way to demonstrate this would be through a high-performing game, right? So this is where I believe things like Doom came into existence. This is where things like Quake came into existence, right? There was a great effort to like push the boundary or the limits of the machine at the time because hardware was expensive. And it still is, but it's a lot cheaper now than it used to be. So I got to rant about the way that Go packaging is done because I totally understand from a security perspective why you want to bake all the libraries into the binary, right? This is what iOS, I believe, started doing. There is a benefit on a number of levels to using statically compiled libraries inside of your final product. I'm selling you on C++. I'll get to my Go rant. As a game developer, you want to get as close to the metal as possible. You want to have as much control of your machine as you possibly can. The best way to do this, the best language to do this, is basically C. C++ is a monster of a language, and you don't have to know the whole thing. You don't have to be a master of meta template programming. You don't have to be a master of like crazy lambda syntax. Although it is very fun to know that you can write functional style C++. And the STL offers functional modules that allow you to pass functions around as if they were objects. However, there's a lot that happens in C that can be basically thought of as functional like this. As a great example, calls to the qsort function take in a pointer to a function that you define yourself. That's basically the root comparison function for calling the quicksort on whatever data structure it is that you want. So as much as I like something like Python ends up not being the best language for high performance gaming, right? You can do some cool stuff in Pygame. I've played around in Pygame long enough to know there is hope. However, right out the gate, unless you're working with something like Python or without working in something like this, no, I will read it when I finish. And please tell me something I don't know, because everybody knows that there's no objects in C. You can kind of write OOP style C code if you know how to work with pointers and memory. You can treat structs and instance of them as if they are objects. The reason that they're not real objects is because they don't have attached functions. And so you have to define these yourself. And you're going to get into the splitting hairs conversation about the difference between a function and a method. A method is a function that belongs to an object. That's all it is. It's not the point either. C and C++ being the best language to directly interface with the hardware on your machine. This is why the interpreter for Python is, or the root one is CPython, because it's written in C. And there is a direct interface between the CPython library and the associated syntax that you would write Python in, right? So enter Cython, which is a great way to take Python code and kind of down compile it into like a C module that can be loaded into other Python programs. In fact, I believe stuff like NumPy basically makes use of this on a heavy basis. very heavily optimized in a lower level language than Python itself in order to maximize utility of when you actually decide, oh, I want to do some pandas today, right? Like, right, exactly. That was my point. You can write a lot. I mean, first of all, C++ is built out of C, so all of the syntactic sugars and nuances that come with the C++ language are initially implemented in C to begin with. In fact, I've gone through this class with a student where they basically had to re-implement all of the different functionalities of C++ in pure fucking C. And I'll tell you right out the gate, it's just a lot of void pointers. That's basically it. I never said Python was better than C++ for gaming. Like, pay attention. What I said was that there is hope. Because Python has very nice syntax. And if you can whittle away a lot of the, I want to call it boilerplate, there is a universe that exists. I believe it exists. And I believe we can get there as a species if we're willing to, work together on this. But you got to stop pushing against me. I'm not trying to be condescending, but you're also putting words in my mouth by saying that I said something that I didn't say. I believe that Python has a hope in the future as being a viable language to not only do rapid game development prototyping in, but also as a actual production language. Well, I'm just reading the chats. I can't tell if you're chatting at me or if you're chatting at Dulce. This might help facilitate the flow of conversation better if we knew who is talking to who. That way we don't get confused. So what a lot of people assume is a game nowadays is something very flashy, something with 3D graphics, something with lots of very moving parts. And a lot of people don't care about the implementation details. They just care about getting something out there. They want to take existing skeletons of existing games, modify them, and then publish them as their own. That's what game development is from my perspective nowadays. But it's not how I've approached it. It's not how I've thought about things. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. Sorry if I came at you sideways. But nobody's better than other people in this chat. Like, let's not throw stones in a glass house. Nobody's perfect here. If I were perfect, I would have gotten a game out far sooner in life than I have. So as a great example of a game that not only used Python, or may still use it, in fact, or at least it did at the time, and it introduced me to a different way of thinking about programming in general, was the fact that this really fucking fun game called Eve Online. Have you heard of it? This really fucking awesome game that I played in college called Eve Online by this group called, I think, CCCP or CCCP out of Iceland. They used, not only did they use Python on their servers, but they used a very specific flavor of Python. One that existed before coroutines and asynchronous Python. It's called stackless Python. And it introduced this really interesting idea that I was really only getting a flavor of because around that time I was taking operating systems and we were learning about, how to write multi-threads, like, use mutexes and libpthread and all that stuff. The world's most popular games, like nobody's ever heard of it. Well, I feel like you have to be a certain level of intelligence in order to appreciate Eve. And the number of people that I've met in real life that have played Eve, I can count on one hand. It's a really good game, though. I actually have a good enough computer. I should start playing it again. Back when I played it, I did not have a good computer, and it still ran well. Like, I'm talking 2006, 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, I was playing EVE Online, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, fantasy is, and this is actually a really big talking point with regards to, like, genre. Fantasy has always been more dominant than sci-fi. And you know why? Because fantasy is kind of rooted in, like, real history. It's rooted in legend and lore that came from cultures that have come and gone and long existed and have been written down and copied in infinitum across, time. Whereas science fiction is a pioneering genre. It's about going forward into the future. You have to be able to think forward. Like, anybody can go back and like have an appreciation for, like, Lord of the Rings, King Arthur, Viking lore, like the whole fucking, like Odin stuff alone is like really kind of an interesting fantasy trip. But when it comes to science fiction, there's a level of creativity that comes with being able to imagine the future that even I struggle with. This is one reason that, like, it's a good idea to sit down and actually find pieces of science fiction culture and lore that appeal to you. In my case, I've always been a big fan of cyberpunk, especially because of anime like Ghost in the Shell, which I have not seen the live action. I'm that OG. I'm afraid that it's gonna suck. It came out years ago, and it's got a really hot chick as the main as Makoto. But I'm terrified that the Western, is it good? Can y'all tell me if it's good? I think it's careful too that we not mistake the way that the media presents the world as the way that the world actually is. Speaking as an American myself, more people are smarter than we probably give them credit for. At least I'd like to think this. Some people probably keep it on the low because they feel like it's not culturally acceptable. But we should normalize that shit. Yeah, like, not to mention, science fiction's always going to be evolving. Whereas fantasy's kind of locked in. You know? Like, very hard to enumerate on the fantasy genre without incorporating science fiction elements. You know, you literally have to introduce something new in order to, you know, avoid redundancy. I mean, that's a big change for me too, Dulce. Like, historically, and even now, it's probably a lot easier to assume the opposite. But thinking positive is like a muscle. And it's a muscle just like thinking about science fiction. It's one that you actually have to work out in order for it to exist. Because otherwise you're in the default, which would be negative thinking and fantasy genre. Which, if you haven't checked the title of the stream or my username, or the kind of game that I'm making right now, there you go. However, the environment that I am building this game in, the real question that people should be asking me is, why pure code? Because that one's a lot harder to answer. As a kid, my first memory is playing Super Mario Brothers. The original on the not the Super, but the original Nintendo. And as a 3-year-old kid, I didn't have the words to articulate the thought that I had at the time. Well, I had 2 questions, and I didn't know how to vocalize them. And maybe at some point I did, because everything kind of came together. But the 2 thoughts were, where did this come from? This magical game where I feel free. Where did it come from? And 2, how do I make things like this? And the answers to those questions were Japan and computers. Now, as a teenager playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, I was the only really hardcore computer nerd. I was the only one who was actually, like, I already knew how to program a little bit at that point in QBasic and Visual Basic. And I was already making my own, you know, HTML websites and shit. But I didn't have any guidance because I didn't know anyone until I got to high school, when I actually got a chance to take a formal computer science class. And I didn't know how to ask the right questions or where to go. And so for a long time, I really didn't make a lot of stride in that department. Now I know what I would have taught myself if I were to go back and, like, get myself started a lot faster. But it all happens when it happens. So mentally, I'm still like 16, even though I'm gonna be 40 fucking next year. Like, uh, 62. Erlicht engine and unknowingly flames the forums until the underboss took me under his wing and answered my 3 questions. Nice. Well, right on, man. Okay, so you're in a similar boat in this regard. Because, yeah, like, when I set out to do this, the point I was getting at earlier about not having guidance was that in my early D&D days, I was surrounded by English nerds, like people who were really into writing, people who were really into film, people who were really interested in literary pursuits. And as a result, I ended up blogging a lot. Like, a lot of my typing energy was spent blogging and, like, maintaining a live journal and a lot of shit. Like, and, in my head at the time, game development was entirely a software pursuit, in that if you just write enough code, you can eventually make a game. And so the process in my head has always been pure code. I dabbled a little bit with Photoshop in college to a point where I had an appreciation for how much skill it takes to be good at that, because I don't have the patience or the wrist fortitude anymore to like fuck with the mouse on any sort of real hardcore level. But there are people out there who make their entire living just using the mouse, and I think that's really fucking impressive. Not to mention, you kind of have to know shortcuts and stuff to be really fast with it, but there's a reason that I didn't go in that direction, and I went this direction instead. To be fair, like, I never really think about, like, what version of C++ I'm writing stuff in. Because I remember when C++ 0x came out, or the standard, which later was renamed to C++ 11. And now we're on 17, and I think there's 26 in the works, and 22's been out for a while too. But there's going to be a million of the features in the newer ones that I probably don't even care about, or probably won't even touch. And that's cool. But selling Dulce on C++, because they have a really big hard-on for Lisp, which I think is really weird. Like, what a weird fucking language. What a weird language to operate in on a day-to-day. Like, it was a pain in the ass to, like, get my brain around it in college, especially for our final project. It wasn't Lisp, but it was Scheme. We had to write a Scheme interpreter in Scheme, which you can do. I did it. It wasn't that fun. It was mostly not fun because of all the fucking parentheses. Yeah, that means you're using Emacs too, because you like your code editor to take up 8 megabytes of memory. Be a whole goddamn operating system at that point. My only real big qualm with Emacs is the key bindings. Honestly. As if I don't already have advanced carpal tunnel, like the idea of even attempting to pick up fucking Emacs key bindings. But I do appreciate that Emacs has this thing called Zen mode, and it also has this thing called evil mode. Zen mode is a very clean environment where it strips like all of the doodads off of your workspace and gives you just like a pure editor, and I like that. And yeah, as I was saying, evil mode is Vim key bindings and Emacs, which I haven't actually tried, but if I ever had to use Emacs, that's probably what I would end up doing. Adam Rushford, Lisp is a language short for list processing. It was one of the OG like languages at like 1970s MIT AI department. It's kind of weird because not only, I mean, the parentheses alone make it weird, but like the way that the language is structured, everything is a list. So like one of the things that they have you do when you're first picking the language up is, you know, there's the old joke, my other car is a cutter. I hope Dulce laughed when I said that. It's not Python. Not Python at all. Although, you can write Python in a functional way. But Lisp is like the original functional programming language. So, like, no, Lisp is not Python scripting. It has nothing to do with Python. I don't even know where you got that idea from. Like I'll type some Lisp code in the chat. This is some bullshit. +1, or no, yeah, this is some bullshit. Goddamn. There we go. Like, that's kind of like what Lisp syntax looks like. It's not markup. Not at all. Okay, back to this. Line 41. Let's see. LibLogic CPP 2108. Yeah, so it's yelling about blah. That's fine. We will comment these out for the moment. Uh, 753. Get random empty um, 725. Oops, too far. Cooking these errors, warnings. Weapon create, ring create, shield create. 896, 905, 924. Wait. 896. Ring create. Uh, 1051. I gotta piss. Ugh. Oh, no, I gotta piss. Someone help me. I gotta pee. Alright. Pee. Make sure my animals don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. Okay, I'm back. There we go. So, my argument is that you should be coding in C/C++, which is what I am going to be doing. The reason that you want C++ isn't for the fancy syntactic features so much as access to the STL. The STL is god tier as far as data structures go. You get all the benefit of having access to real data structure management with the use of things like vector, unordered map. You really don't need a whole lot. I mean, you could get like real down and dirty with shared pointer and unique pointer and all that stuff. But my argument is that the best thing about the STL is unordered map, which is basically dictionary in Python. But also, there's a lot that I'm doing still in a C style. And if we can get opportunities to undo that so that we can have like more sane memory management, so I'm not like raw dogging everything, that's also a goal. LibLogic 1499. $14.91. Okay. $14.88. $13.52. $5.67. I had this rant about Go. I was going to go off on it earlier. So Go language, I want to like it, but like in order to achieve the baked in, static binary, like every time you compile and build a Go package, you have to fucking download every fucking library, and they're all hosted on Git, probably as a convenience. But I just feel like this is like wholly wrong, not how things should go. Apparently that's how like they do it in Node as well, npm. Like I've fucked with JavaScript a little bit, but not to the point where I've been writing like server side or anything crazy like that. So I don't know how they do dependency management, but the way that I understand it is that everybody just like downloads all of the packages every time that they, want to use them or some shit. I'm just like, God damn. That just doesn't sound right either. $539. $274. Withdraw. $17.98. This is all very hackish just to get rid of the warnings. $14.86. $14.58. Wait, what? Oh yeah. $14.94. $14.58. Oh yeah, we did that one. No, we didn't. Yeah. $3.79. Excuse me. Oh, we got a potential size issue here. in game state, 369. Oh, yeah. That problem should be taken care of. Oh, snap. 17 or 709. We forgot to return true. $524. Yeah, so register components, I don't even think I'm really going to be using this one anymore. I don't even think I'm using it now. It was kind of a convenience that like calls add component in a loop. Or register components in a loop. So I don't think we're using that anymore. I don't even think I'm calling it anywhere. Yeah, let's see. What? LD on 1474. For wait, which one? Oh, expected. What? LD? Like that? Oh, that one too. Wait. No? That's a different line. 1471. $14.67. $14.62. $14.38. $13.90. 1474. Oh, what? Oh, hey, we got rid of all the warnings. Just about. I mean, the only warning now is the iron key warning, which is iron rings, which is fine. Getting rid of the warnings makes me feel good because now I can start flipping on each of those additional little functions that I commented out earlier, like for instance, spawning the sword or spawning the shield and all that stuff. Because in order to really make things good, I'm gonna have to redo how each one of these components is basically working. To remove the dependency on the old way, like for instance, I'm not gonna do it now, I'm probably gonna take a break and eat. For instance, add name. This one's new. So add component 2 is our new function, and we will have to, whenever we go to add a name, we're gonna have to, or whenever we go to add any component, like add whatever, we're gonna have to specify which. And then for all the different components that currently exist as like raw pointers to like lists of components, it's like the whole point is that we want to get rid of each one of these and replace them with each one of these. So instead of having the old way, which is integer component, type list, all that stuff, for instance, if we were to set it up ahead of time, this would be our type list 2, right? And even then, we could even be more specific and actually say entity type T. At the end of the day, it's really just like a wrapper around an enum. So it's effectively an integer underneath the hood anyway. But because this way, every one of the end components would effectively have its own map. So anytime we want to add a new component, we have to make a map to like keep track of who actually has what. But the good news about doing it this way too is that I can store more complicated types than just int and string very easily now. So when the time comes and I get to do some fun stuff, like I don't have it here at the moment, but like spell types and being able to like actually spec out like the magic system, oh man, it's gonna be easy. Or it's gonna be easy to like manage everything. I still haven't fully decided on the structure of like magic itself, but that's going to be one of the, in my opinion, more fun aspects of the design process. A lot of this stuff is really, I am modeling it after Dungeons and Dragons like 3.0, because that's the game in middle and high school that I spent the most time with. Thank you, Dulce. Hey, Jira, how's it going, man? What's up, Time Lord? Oh shit, we got some people in the chat. Yeah, actually, Jira, I already have the beginnings of the magic wand stuff. So, as an example of this, like just as proof that like I'm not bullshitting, I've already started a while back by creating a component type called zapping, which is exactly what it sounds like. In OG NetHack, for those who don't know, in order to like cast spells, there were a number of different ways, but like one way that you could do it is by having a magic wand that has a particular spell like attached to it. So like whenever you zap the wand, that spell essentially gets cast with certain, parameters. One of the more fun things that could happen in the game was you could like go into a merchant shop and then steal something, or like usually like the merchant would have like a wand of polymorph equipped, right? So let's say you try to steal something and they've got that wand. They could fire the wand at you and they could actually miss, and the ray from the wand could bounce around the room and then hit another target on accident, such as the shopkeeper himself. That's also an effective, like, high-level meta strategy in the game. One thing that you're able to do is using a wand of polymorph, if you happen to get lucky enough to get one. You could use it and like zap a reflective surface that bounces the ray back to you, and if you're lucky, you could get shapeshifted into a creature called a Zorn, and the Zorn has a specific property that allows it to eat metal. So one of the things you can do as a Zorn is eat a magic ring and confer the properties of that ring to you. So, for instance, if you found a ring of invisibility and you ate it, I think you can get permanent invisibility, which is a very incredibly useful thing in the dungeon, right? How will I manage the randomness for, well, which event specifically? So like if you had like a wand of polymorph in my game, chances are like I would probably have it so that it was just like equal chance per race. So if you have 10 races, then you have a 1 in 10 chance of morphing into a certain creature. In a lot of cases where randomness would be concerned, at least in the beginning, I would probably assign equal chance to, every event outcome, because balancing takes time, and it's a lot easier to get something started by just making everything random than it is to like spend time to like adjust it so that you have more or less chance of getting a certain race than another one. Jesus Christ, Jira, really? I can make alternate skin tones. if you really want to select your skin tone. Actually, I'm gonna need to do that if I want to have dark elves. So, one of my favorite races to play in D&D is the dark elf, for a number of different reasons. It kind of confers like some of the fun of like playing as a vampire without being a vampire and having all of the negative penalties associated with that. Dark elves are a historically subterranean dwelling species, and they also this is a fun fact, the dark elven society is a matriarchy. So like all of the denizens of the Underdark serve this spider queen, who is like the goddess of the dark elves, right? And I always found that like really brutal, kind of hot, but more brutal. But why spiders got to be so sexy? No, I don't think dark elves are particularly tall. In fact, I think like there is the distinction between wood elves and high elves for this reason. I think the high elves are historically taller than the wood elves or the forest elves. And dark elves are kind of like, I think, the same height as like high elves, but like high elves are not necessarily particularly tall. In fact, I'm trying to remember, because Gandalf was a particularly tall human in the Lord of the Rings series. And I forget in the movie whether or not he was like around the same height as Elrond the king. So I gotta rewatch that scene in particular in Fellowship again. But I mean, if you were gonna like do something like that, like people need to remember the existence of Durgar dwarves, all right? Durgar dwarves are effectively dark dwarves, and dark dwarves are even more subterranean than regular dwarves. They're also like particularly mean and nasty, and I don't think they're as fun. Like the work in the mines, drinking beer all day type dwarf either. So people forget that those are definitely a thing, and it's very rarely. I don't see it like brought up as often in fantasy stories in general. Another fun fact about dwarves. In the D&D universe, typically dwarves cannot be magic users. I mean, you can have a dwarf cleric, and a dwarf cleric can, cast the kind of spells that a cleric can cast, but it's not really magic because it's all going through your deity, right? But as a result of not being able to cast magic, dwarves, and it's partly because they're so subterranean, they are more resistant to magic spells than other entities. Yeah, speaking of that, it's about time for a toke break. I should think. Oh, right. I actually wrote down bugs that I need to actually fix. Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing is that like TV shows, movies, etc. They can never show you the full depth, and so it really pays to like focus in on like very specific parts of like fantasy lore, right? Um, that's why I think like digging into the nuances about like the more interesting things that can happen under certain circumstances. Like you can have very unique characters that have distinct advantages over other characters, and those are the ones that end up making the best stories, right? Like, well, at the moment, I don't do a whole lot for work. I am trying to get some new work. So, if you've got a lead on some people who want a programmer, I am looking for development work. I'm doing this in my interim time while I'm on the hunt because am I writing Dickens or John Carpenter? That's a good question. I've never read either. I may have read A Tale of Two Cities a long time ago. I don't know if that's Dickens or not. A lot of the nice things that um, I've got because my grandparents passed away, and a lot of my living expenses have come directly out of what they've given me because for the last few years I had been taking care of my grandmother, and it was so time consuming to a point where I really could not take more students, and my income is incredibly limited right now. I could probably use about $1,000 more a month, and I would be okay. But as it is, I've got a few months, at least, but shit is burning. So I feel like that should be sufficient time to get something really cooking because this is a really nice spot. I've got a lot of good things within arm's reach, and one way or another, I'm going to have to get something rolling. Because otherwise, shit's not going to be very fun. And I like keeping things fun, you know what I mean? I mean, you have to do a number of different things besides just apply to places. But living in this town too, there are developer jobs. There are positions. I actually got approached by one recruiter recently for an iOS front end role here in town. But the thing is, a lot of places don't want to hire you unless you've got a certain number of years of experience working with a particular tech stack. And from a professional perspective, the only thing that I've done enough time that anyone might want to pay me for on that front is like WordPress, PHP, iOS, Objective-C. Maybe someone would be willing to take a chance working, me in some other environment, but a lot of the big things that like people want to pay people for are stuff like React.js, and I'm not really wanting to have to pick that up. I'd much rather learn Vue.js than React.js. I know enough about SQL, through my use of SQLite, that I could probably, finagle my way around certain things. And I actually did recently update my resume. I managed to get the margins such that the entire resume now fits on one page. Yeah, I don't need you giving me advice, but I do, appreciate the encouragement. The implication is that you think I haven't already started doing those things, and I have, believe me. But it is a hustle, and it is also a question of how many applications do you put out a day? Do you just spend your entire day putting out applications every single day? Because if that's all you do, then all you're doing is applying to places and you're never actually working on anything during that time. And so that's how I look about this, right? Is that not only do you have to be putting applications out there and actively, advertising that, you're in the market, but you also have to be working on something. And my God, the application grind sucks. Like, LinkedIn Easy Apply is like a good step in the right direction, but I've never actually gotten contacted by anyone using it. The very few connections that I've made came to me. But the good news is I think something's going to work out one way or another. My developer friend here, who's a neighbor, is involved in a startup that they want to introduce me to some of the people that they're working with. He's also interested in joining me on working on Project RPG, but he's going to have to get over the fact that I'm working in C++, because he has a lot of enthusiasm, but he's also very C++ shy. I think that Raylib can be set up so that it works in C#, and if he feels good with that, then I don't see why he couldn't like literally vibe code out, some basic Raylib stuff. He said he started working with Blender, so he's very interested in the 3D space. So, there's hope. There's a lot of hope. It's just about being patient, staying on the grind, not letting things fall so far that they're irrecoverable. I've been pretty careful about my money usage, and I've optimized as far as food goes. Like, I'm eating out a lot less, and I'm starting to cook. And the hardest part of my day, honestly, is just making sure that I get all my laundry done. Like, it's really not too bad. Like, this is such a prime spot, in my opinion. And even then, like, my friend is convinced that, like, oh man, if you think this place is nice, we really gotta fucking, get out of here. Because I guess I've been through so much shit that it's just nice to rest for a little while. And yeah, ultimately, C++ feature wise, like, the most that we're going to be using is like some classes and the STL. Like, I don't even think we're going to really need classes all that much, but like, if I have to like redo a struct into a class, that's fine. The biggest, hardest part about the application grind is that every single fucking company has a different form, and you have to usually fill out a ton of different fields. And any time that a company has a resume parser, it always breaks. I can't ever trust those things. So when I do sit down to these things, I have to like remind myself not to let the resume parser try to do anything. Or maybe I just need to buckle up and really do my resume in fucking Microsoft Word or some shit like that, because maybe it parses better than PDF. But one of my hopes too is that like I can actually get my YouTube viewer hours up to actually get monetized on that platform. I've got way more viewers over there, but not monetized. So while the game is free at the moment, it's not always going to be free. I think $5 is a pretty good asking price. Right now it's, donate only, because I don't have enough of a game out there to justify charging anyone for it. But yeah, no, and honestly, the shorts viewing, like their whole view count algorithm, like whoever chose those numbers, is absolutely insane. 3,000, 4,000 viewer hours versus 3 to 4 million shorts views. These are achievable in two separate contexts. But it looks like Gracie wants to step out front real quick. All right, guys. Think it's time for me and everybody over here to just chillax. Why keep the source open if charging, by the way? Let me read. I gotta turn the light on. Hold on. So the code's in development. While it's in development, I see the possibility that it could become something that other people use. If I organize things in a good way, I can reuse the components in the future for future games. So, like, I offer the source code for anybody to be able to see while the game's in development, but the art assets are not available. The art assets are under a license that says I can use them in commercial products. And I wouldn't want to give them away for free anyway, because then, just like you say, anyone would be able to build the game and play it for free. As it is, the web version is a demo. And as it's under development, you'll be able to play it for free up until release, at which point it will no longer be free. There might be a free demo available at that time, which is the intention. You know, the original model was Doom's first episode was free, and then you had to pay for the full game. And I think that's a good model. That's how things should be. Demos should be free, and full versions of games should be paid, right? So So yeah, like, in an ideal world, I would be able to make games that are open source. And not to mention, like, even if someone were to buy a license for the same art pack that I'm using, you're going to have a hard time actually massaging all of the different graphics assets into the correct locations in order to make the real version of the game build anyway. Even if the game were complete now, like you're gonna have a hard time doing that. So there's a lot of work that isn't code related that I have to do in order to like make this thing happen. And that all takes time. It takes decision making. It takes effort. And it's not something that someone would be able to easily intuit through without knowing exactly what I did with those assets and where they are in my game. The way that they organize the files. Little pixel level changes that I have to do to the positioning. There's a lot of stuff. So I feel like, you know, if I had 10,000 people who bought the game at $5, I'd be good. You know, like, hell, I'd be happy with 100. You know, someone bought it for $10. That's the only sale I've made on it so far. And the most number of people that I've gotten to actually try playing the game all came through YouTube. It was not necessarily impossible to replicate, but it would take someone, you know, a good amount of time to kind of reverse engineer. And even then, there's things that I want to do with the way that I load assets in the future that I'm not doing at the moment, because working through that system is a bit cumbersome and gets away from actually building out the game. Because what I have and what I'm doing now is kind of brain dead easy and may not need a big facelift. But the well, not just autistic, but they'd have to be they'd have to develop an intimate familiarity with which assets I've pulled from which packs, for one. You know, two, they have to understand my very basic texture loading system, so I have to be able to be capable of reading source code and understanding how things are currently structured. And it's, you know, and for the game after this, it might be such that the source code is not available. It's possible that future games, I don't give people the luxury of being able to actively check my progress and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, no matter how I end up building something, like anything built with Raylib, you know, since like, you know, if you use some open source software in your software and you got to disclose that you're using that software as a result of the license or something, I think that's fine. I think it's totally a good idea to like advertise what you built something with. No, I'm not worried about someone forking off the code and then offering the binary for free. It's practically not feasible for the average person. Not to mention, like if I really wanted to get hardcore about it, like I could introduce a number of different licensing measures that, you know, prevent, you know, the code from even running under certain conditions. I don't think that's necessary, nor is that the direction that I want to have to head in. But I mean, you know, market forces really dictate decisions. So if it came to be that I discovered a bunch of people were pirating the game, I really would have no choice but to do that, right? But I think people would respect a product more if it did not have to have those measures in it in the first place. We're not out here trying to compete with AAA games or anything like that. That's not practical or feasible for someone of, you know, where I'm at. But I can compete in the indie space. And I think people can appreciate when something is open and transparent versus closed and locked down. You know what? Let's take a look, because I have to actually update the build stats script. So there it is. Hey, careful, careful! Don't run off the edge, Grace. I don't know how she's able to figure out if I'm paying attention to her or not, but she gets real grumpy when I'm talking for as long as I have been, or anyone's talking, for that matter. She's smart. I mean, even though she's blind, her hearing's well enough that she can tell the difference between a human voice in the room with her and the TV. She knows when one's real and when one's digitally synthesized. And she's real smart. My only lament is that my voice starts to give out on me after talking for so long. Maybe it's time for some cannabis. That usually helps relax my vocal cords. Wait. Okay. We're checking line count. Oops, cat build stats. We are at 12,736 lines of code. Okay, Time Lord, I'm only going to say this once. You are never to spell my name that way ever again. You want to stay on my good side, and you want to call me Mikey? It's not going to be spelled the way that everyone else spells it. Mikey has never been my name when people call me Mikey. It's actually spelled Mikie. And I don't know where I originated that from. But that's how it's always been. Only real inner circle OGs know that. You gotta be deep in my past to really know that one. So I'm not like mad at you, but if you didn't know, now you know, and you have no excuse in the future. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that your cat died. Rest in peace, Mikey. Oh, you were talking about your cat. I'm sorry, man. See, now you got me fucked up. Now you got me feeling bad that I was telling you that shit and you were talking about your cat the whole time. Man, you're a fucking buzzkill, Time Lord. Holy shit. I'm real sorry about your cat, but, you know, you could have made it clear that you were talking about your cat. If you didn't know what my name was, now you know. Elv on Twitch, you can check the code for my game on my GitHub. Everything that is up, I actually just pushed it. If you go to github.com/Raylib-RPG-C, all of the code is available. We were just talking about it, actually. Yeah, well, you know, like if this were a different kind of stream, and I lived in a more friendly location on that regard, this would totally be just a smoke and code stream. So let me get, you know, I can be on for a while. I ain't got anything holding me down other than myself. So let me get a drink. No, and that, you know, I always thought that name was very interesting, Jira. Takashi Miike. Like the double I sound in Japanese is one of the more challenging phonemes, I think, for English speakers. No, my real name is Michael, but I also call that my government name. So, you know, most people in my family call me Mike. Old friends and super close family call me Mikey. But online I go by Dark Mage. Not like Mickey. And you're on thin ice, Time Lord. You're on thin ice. It's fucking... I've had some motherfuckers actually spell it Mickey. Like Mickey fucking Mouse. And I'm like, no, that's not my fucking name. MICKEYMOUSE. Yeah, you got Time Lord. So, are you have any relation to Time Cop? Because that's the only other time dude I know of. I didn't know that. I honestly thought it was a pretty unique spelling, and I must have been really, really young when I came up with that, because I don't know the origin of where or why I started to spell it that way. Oh, is Time Lord a game? I didn't know that. Whoops. They're all snacked up, and I hit them both with a dose of cannabis oil, and Nano's nodded the fuck out, but Gracie's a little bit more alert right now. She's had plenty of snacks. You know, one of the demos my friend wanted us to work on was a 4-dimensional graphics demo. And actually, you know, that's something that I could vibe code out. You know, we could take a break from working on this to do a little vibe code. Oh man, your dog got stung by wasps? Oh man. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you, you don't need to take him to the vet or anything, do you? Jesus. We just had a bad thing with one of my family's dogs. It started off with them going in about like really rapid weight loss, and he got diagnosed with diabetes. And like on a subsequent visit, like within like a day or so, they did some test on him, like on his bladder, and he ended up developing a blood clot. And it was so bad he was like literally peeing blood for like days. And he finally passed it, and it looked like a fucking horror scene in the kitchen. Just giant fucking clump of, bloody, stuff like, clamped up and surrounded by like puddles of blood and shit. That's good. Well, if you got a vet like living on the street, that's awesome. It's always kind of a hassle to get dogs to a place where they can get some help. It's a big old racket, just like the pharmaceutical industry, just like the healthcare industry. Everybody's going to try and find a way to charge you as much as possible for every single little thing. And anytime that you're able to take ownership over the process, it's a really good idea to do so. Like, it's like a life philosophy. This is what, when people ask me, like, why do I code in C or C++, it's about taking ownership over your projects. Like, yeah, sure, you could, like, go get fast food from McDonald's every day, but then you're reliant upon a corporation, right? And sure, at a certain degree, I still bought Hamburger Helper, and that's a corporation, right? But at a certain point, you have to, like, distill the process down into its finest elements. So that, like, because I'll tell you right now, the only thing that I'm dependent upon for my spaghetti sauce, or my spaghetti in general, is the company that provided the ground beef, whoever actually butchered the cow and put that shit in the market, the grocery store that I bought from, right? So that's one company. The company that makes the noodles, right? That's two companies. The company that makes the tomato sauce base that I use. And one way that I've thought about getting rid of that step, so I could take full ownership over it, is you have to start growing your own tomatoes, right? You gotta stew your own tomatoes, and you have to make the entire red sauce using like the only way I'd be able to get closer at a certain point is if I had my own cow farm, right? But most of us can't get to that point. But you can get close. You can get relatively close for where you are. And a lot of people don't know how to do this or even how to begin. Imagine how many people just straight up in America, grown ass fucking adults who don't know how to cook. They can't even cook one good meal for themselves. The situation, and actually, I thought about this. There's a whole class of people that live in high-rise apartment buildings where getting out to like a grocery store, it ends up being like a fucking huge hassle. If you're in a situation where you can very quickly and easily get to a store to buy groceries, then you should take advantage of that. The only thing that you really need to have to go to the store for with any sort of regularity is fresh ingredients, if you do it correctly. I mean, you say you can't cook now, but you know what? I've been able to make ramen on the stove since before I was a teenager. I mean, people can give themselves all the excuses in the world for why stuff happens, but for all of the ADHD that I claim that I have, I can count the number of times I've burnt garlic bread in the oven on one hand. Oftentimes when I'm making spaghetti and garlic bread, I'm so focused on how the bread comes out that my attention never leaves, and I will straight up watch that fucking bread break. That bread bake. You know what I mean? I will lock in on it and I'll fucking eyeball the shit out of it. And if anything pulls my attention away from that, then the force of what pulled me away was greater than my own willpower. Because that shit happens in environments where you have no control over what's happening around you. And so a very good measure for your own ability to control your own life is by your ability to manage a central heat source, like an open flame or a burner on a stove, right? While I say I can cook, there's a lot that I suck at. And I don't consider if someone says they can cook, I don't think you should judge them by their ability to manage multiple burners, right? There's aspects of multitasking outside of computers that I fucking suck at. So if I'm cooking, I'm lucky if I can stack a second thing to be cooking at the same time as some other thing, right? God help me if I get 3 things involved, because I'm going to get distracted. And one of those things is not going to come out great. The people who get really paid to like cook and to like chef it up can do all that shit, and it's really not a big problem for them. But for the things that I say that I'm able to cook, it's because I will focus on that one thing to the exclusion of other things in order to create a vision of something that I see as perfect, or as close to perfect as I can make it. Not everything I cook comes out the way that I want it to, and sometimes I'm just lazy and I don't really care and I just want to eat. But when I'm really focused, I can cook. All I'm saying, Time Lord, is that if you start with ramen noodles, all right, boiling ramen in a pot of water, and you learn how to make noodles in general. So, like, that's one really easy cooking task. Another one is scrambling eggs. I'm not going to expect you to be able to do a fucking over easy or a sunny side up or anything like that. In my opinion, that's kind of advanced egg cooking technique. But anybody who can get good enough to, like, even with my hand the way it is, I'm still able to crack an egg with this hand. And you're going to suck it first, and you're going to get shells in it and stuff. You get them out. And you deal with the imperfect, like, hand motions that you don't know how to perfectly do because you've never done them before. And you get used to the hand motions over time. It's not going to be something that you get instantly. You're going to have to do it more than once. If you get frustrated because you fail one time, you can't let that keep you from trying a second time. I have failed to cook many things that I've tried to cook. And sometimes, it's because a step goes wrong in the process, and then you try to see it through to the end, but then it ends up turning out like crap anyway. So, like, Dulce, my hand is the result of a combination of things, but in particular, an in utero injury that I experienced while I was inside my mother's womb. And when I was born, it was in a fully clenched state, where anytime they tried to open the fingers, it would like automatically lock back up. But over time, I had a number of different corrective surgeries, allowed me to open the hand, extend the fingers to a degree, but they were still largely fused at the knuckles and unable to actually participate in typing. I can grab things, though. I can type with my thumb, and mostly it's just like an arm that's not as strong as my left. But I don't think you're going to be able to paste links in the chat, Time Lord, because generally speaking, pasting links in chat is frowned upon. Usually that's like a vector for people to like get fished or taken off site, and not exactly what we're trying to do here. But see, you say time distracted by gaming and programming. You gotta eat. So what are you eating? What are you? If you're not cooking for yourself, Time Lord, where is your food coming from? You know, like I've spent some money on some delivery pizza and some delivery sandwiches, and I usually do this for a while until I kind of like get my energy levels back up, and then I try to create food storage so that like I might cook a bunch of food once a week or twice a week, and then I can reheat that. I actually need to get a microwave. I've got an air fryer and a stove and an oven, but I need to get a microwave still. So, well, it's not that women can cook, is that are they cooking for you, Time Lord? Tinned fish and rice, nice. So, okay, let's talk about tinned fish. You're probably talking about tuna, right? So, I actually have been on a bit of a tuna kick the last couple days. I've been eating this pre-prepared tuna fish that I get from my grocery store. And the next level after that would be making it myself, right? And I've definitely made tuna fish with my grandma once, but I don't have a lot of experience making it, so it's not something I like dive into right away. But after a life of like not really vibing with tuna fish, I started eating tuna fish salad and put that shit on some toast, add a slice of Swiss, add a tomato, get a bag of chips, man. It's a fucking good ass sandwich, boy. I tell you what. Sardine and eel. Wait, eel. See, I like eel, but you gotta cook eel. You can't eat eel raw. That's not gonna work. Hi, Talmud. You don't eat any sort of seafood. You know, I got a lot of respect for that because I have no aversion to vegetarianism so much as an addiction to meat. I've had meatless days. They're very few and far between. And a lot of this is because I have not developed a savory primary dish in the vegetarian department that I would be able to default to as my primary source of protein. But see, seafood's great though. Like if you should really fuck with shrimp. Shrimp is fucking awesome. If you have an air fryer, here's a really easy thing you can do. Get you a bag of frozen shrimp, right? And let that shit thaw in your fridge. And then drain the shrimp and put them into like a Tupperware container and fill that Tupperware container with your choice of teriyaki sauce or some other Asian sauce. Soy sauce. Teriyaki is honestly the best one in my opinion, but like what you do is you let those shrimp marinate in that teriyaki sauce overnight. So you're looking at like between buying the frozen bag and then actually eating, you got like 3 days. Because you gotta let them thaw first, and then you gotta let them marinate. But then when you take these shrimp after they've marinated for a day, and you put them in that air fryer for about like 3 minutes on 400 degrees. And you're gonna pop those shrimp out when they're done cooking. It's gonna be one of the best things you've ever eaten. No, I'm not using Arch Linux. I'm using Debian Linux, which is older than Arch by quite a lot. It's not nearly as cumbersome to configure. And it's pretty good. Nice. Eggs is good. I don't know if you can really consider yourself a vegetarian if you eat eggs, even though it's considered dairy, right? Um, Certainly not if you're a vegan. So, if you're a vegan, you can't eat eggs. Maintaining chickens is pretty interesting. I actually had a neighbor who had chickens in their backyard, and I don't think he was treating them very well because they were like locked up and shit. Like there was like all these cages, and a lot of times whenever I saw them, they had like rope tied around their legs, and I thought it was kind of fucked up. There was more than once where the chickens they had roosters too, and every morning at like fucking like 6 a.m. cock a doodle doo. That shit was real, and they sometimes like I ran into the neighbor once, and he was like I asked him if he had fresh eggs. I never got any, but yeah, eggs. I mean, eggs is one, but like I get sick of eggs real fast. I can only eat so many eggs. So I've always like thought like if you were to do vegetarianism, like the Indians and the Hindus got it like on lockdown because of like lentils, right? Like I need to try some good lentil soup or something sometime, or figure out like what a really good like Indian vegetarian dish would be, because on a certain level they those do know how to eat. I get down with some Indian food. The most bougie house ever. There's this one chick on YouTube I think is really cool and hot who has chickens. She's this Australian chick, um, and her chickens got like the wildest looking patterns and colors. And she's also got a pretty smart sense of humor. 10 out of 10 would do. Before I can do anyone, though, I gotta get my situation straightened out here. I think I got someone outside my door. Yep, we got visitors, so I hate to bounce on you guys, but it is definitely smoke o'clock over here. So, peace. Until next time.